Well, all right, we're live. What's up, people? So today we kick off the challenge. We have, what do we have here? We do have a challenge that was requested by, make sure I get this right. No, that's not even it. I don't want to get dude's name wrong, so let me take a look at it again. Here we go. Dude, what was your name? I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it right. Let's get his name right so we can proceed with today's challenge. His name is, actually, this is his YouTube channel, Abdurrahman Shahid, or Shahid, Abdurrahman Shahid. There you go. Abdurrahman Shahid 7800. That's our guy. So he requested that, give me a second here. He requested that I build a Shopify clone, which is pretty easy to do. It's really not that complicated. Some people, I mean, there are a lot of clones out there. Some people have done it in just plain old HTML and CSS. Some go the no code route. So I'm going the no code route, but I'm not going to use Lovable or Bolt or any of these platforms. So I'm going to go plain old VS Code. I'm going to throw Augment Code in there as the AI assistant. And basically, it's a Node.js. Well, first of all, let me give you the tech stack. Tech stack is Node.js. It's basically a React framework, Vue, TurboPack, Tailwind CSS, and ShadCN UI for the backend, for the dashboard, and that type of stuff. And it's TypeScript because it's a lot easier to debug as you develop. So I'm going with TypeScript. And pretty much that's kind of like my workflow before I dive into a project. I either use Perplexity or ChatGPT, good old ChatGPT, or Claude, and sometimes it's a combination of all three. Also, I may use Manus. Manus is overkill for this type of project, so I don't even bother with Manus because I do have access to Manus, and that's pretty much it. So what I do is, it's a basic prompt. I outline the project. I basically butter up the AI, saying, "Hey, you my senior developer type, top of advisor. So this is what I need from you. I need you to help me craft this particular project and make sure it makes sense." But then what I usually do, I outline the entire project, and from the entire plan, I go back and then create an MVP. So extract the core, the essence of the app. So I don't just develop the MVP. Then there's no path to develop further. So it's better to start with the end product in mind, then you scale it back as an MVP just to release the most, I guess, crucial or valuable, or um, the core features of the project. So what I usually do is this, and then I create a markdown file of the what's about to happen. And as you can see, it's on the screen right now. So what I do first is the project setup. So this is a mono repo, so it's a lot easier to maintain. So the directory structure is usually apps. Okay, then I have the web, which is the front end, the admin panel, where again, if you've used Shopify before, you're familiar with the workflow, with the layout. So you got the front end, which is where the store is, where your buyers go to buy your stuff, where you display your goods, right? And of course, you got the API, the back end, and it's Node.js as the back end. Then of course you got the packages, which is the shared basically the shared components that's going to make up uh, your uh, your app, right? So you got Chassis and UI, and we got Tailwind CSS, and we got again self-explanatory. The types, the shared components that are going to reside in the shared folder. And then we begin. We basically start creating the framework is Express.js, yeah, um, or Fastify because that's going to allow us to develop a lot faster. But also each um, change that I make, it basically refreshes. I don't have to refresh it; just the changes are reflected right away. So as you can see right now, we're going to create a basic structure. Then we're going to work on the front end. Then work on the API, the back end. And yeah, so this is pretty much it right here. So what I'm probably going to do is once I'm done with the initial structure, I'm going to put it in a repo. So it's going to be available to anyone or everyone who wants to clone the repo or download it and tinker with it and even continue it further, make something out of it. So again, this is a request by Abdurrahman Shahid 7800 YouTube channel. So if you're watching this later or if you show up on the live, this is what's happening. So I'm here. I'm going to be kicking out and building this thing. So feel free to ask some questions or leave a comment, and yeah, like the damn video because right now 75% of the viewers of the live stream are just flies on the wall. All right, nobody drops a like. I think there's usually one or two guys who usually like the live stream, so like the live stream. I'm not begging or anything, but what happens is the more engagement we have, the more the algorithm will push it out to other people. So uh, kick it out, hit the like button. All right, so we're gonna go and build this thing out. So I'm gonna have augment basically index the code because again, augment code is probably one of the best in the field. Augment code indexes the code and it has better context awareness. So it knows if you make a change on this file, then this other file which is associated with it, that a change should be made there as well. So it's not actually guessing. Don't get me wrong, it's far from being perfect, but it's the best I've used so far. I've used Windsurf, Cursor, I've used Klein, RuCode. It used to be RuCline. I've used them all, and so far, I would say Augment is the bee's knees, is the shiznit, is the ish. So give it a try. I'm not getting paid to say this, by the way. I just love the product. So anyway, let's build this thing out. So kick back. Let me kick the music back up, and feel free to ask me any questions. I am right here. Yo, Indio Live. So as you can see, we've started the build process. We're going to make the couple of changes along the way, but so far things are happening. So the apps folder is basically, this is the basic structure. Within the app folder, you have the admin section, you have the admin folder, the API, which is the back end, and the web folder, which is the front end. So slowly we're building the structure, uh, one folder and one file at a time. And as you can see right now, Ogman is doing a fantastic job, although he's kind of struggling a little bit. But I do see what's happening. The JSON package he was trying to edit didn't exist yet, so he made a correction. All right, so he created the right JSON folder. I mean file, the package.json file. So right now we're going to install the package types, and here we go. Our JSON file is done. So now he's updating the package file. That means all the dependencies, because different things will require different components to work in concert with. So for instance, shadcn, tailwind. So it's installing all these dependencies that these packages depend on. All right, so now we're installing TypeScript. Okay, installed. No errors. So far, so good. Here we go. So we're making a source directory right now. And it's going to pop up right here. Let me punch in. Alrighty. Alrighty. So the build process has started. Now we're setting up the UI packages. That's shadcn. I mean, this is the easy part, guys. It's really, there's not much to it. You just follow along. Okay. Also remember, this is going to be in the repo, the GitHub repo. This is the first of a series of what would you like me to build next. So this was requested by a viewer, Abdurrahman Shahid 7800. That's his YouTube channel. I don't think he's really active on it, but it's probably just a ghost account because he hasn't posted anything from what I can surmise. So if you want to use this repo, this build, expand on it, it's going to be available on GitHub. Okay, npm install React. So great. So we're about to install the React components. Let's go. Accept. Continue. We're building, guys. Yeah, here we go. Okay, packages, UI, all right, type, the source folder. These are the node modules. We're going, okay. Components. Now we're about to install some libraries. Here we go. The utils package, again, remember, we're using TypeScript, so you'll see a lot of .ts or .tsx for the main files. I like to use TypeScript because you debug as you develop, so it's a lot easier. So you don't wait till you build your app and then you run it at the end and there's a bunch of bugs. You still get bugs, don't get me wrong, but it's I find with TypeScript you debug as you develop. It's just a pretty good workflow. I like that. All right, we're still going. So now we're in the process of creating the store cards. Because remember, if you're familiar with Shopify, you've seen Shopify stores before. So you kind of know what Shopify templates. Let's take a look over here. What do we have here? All right, let's switch here. Let's find a nice shot. Yo, what up, Ace? What's going on? Ace is in the chat. What's going on? Welcome, bro. So we're going on with the challenge of the what you want me to build next challenge. So this was requested by Abdurrahman Shahid 7800 on YouTube. That's his YouTube channel. Check him out. So it's a Shopify clone, which is pretty straightforward. So right now I'm building the basic structure, the admin, the front end, and basically back end. So right now we're in the process of installing all the dependencies, building the basic structure. Then once everything's up, I'll throw it on GitHub so you guys can mess with it. All right, there we go. Yeah, Ace is excited. So I told you there were going to be some changes in the channel. So yeah, so this is the what you want me to build next. So challenges, as long as it's not, you don't want me to build Amazon or, one of those crazy websites, one of those crazy apps that requires a lot of resources. Anything's possible, even, building the basic structure. It's all good. Just as long as you plan properly, because the AI is not going to do it all for you. At some point, you might have to get your hands dirty. And at the end of the day, things things are a lot easier than they used to be. I mean, to build something like that, right? It's actually pretty astonishing. Something that was impossible just a few short years ago. Let's say uh, 5 years ago, it would have taken a whole team because there was a huge um, sub economy of guys who were actually building these clones for profit, whether it was a Uber clone, um, whether it was an Amazon clone, whether it was a WhatsApp clone, Instagram clone. Guys made a lot of profits off of these clones where you could buy it and deploy it yourself. But now you don't actually, and these things were expensive. Because I remember talking to a couple of guys, but I wanted to get into some, like the Uber type thing, and these things were going for $8,000, $10,000 at the time. That was a few years ago. But now you could bang the MVP out within a couple of hours or less. Depends how complex you want to go. But what I always suggest is literally don't even try to build the whole thing um, thinking that you're going to get a full-fledged app. Build the front end first. Get the UI UX to a point where it makes sense. The flow, right, from your public-facing page to your authentication. That means your sign up, your login page, and all these things. Then once you get past that, then you're off. You could set up a mock-up auth where you could literally log in with a test with a couple of test accounts. There you work the flow, then you develop the front end. Then if you're not actually well versed in databases or back end development, just get a co-founder or pay somebody to set it up for you, because that's the most crucial part of the development. This is where a lot of people mess up, because you think the AI is going to bang out an app for you ready to deploy. It's not going to happen. You have to basically get it to a point where it makes sense. Then that's in development. You got to work in the dev environment. Once you're ready to go into production, then it's a whole different ball game. This is where you have to make sure things are safe, things are secure, because yeah, you set yourself up for vulnerabilities and uh, a lot of headaches, a lot of heartaches, because especially if you're going to be put things behind a paywall, you don't want to put your clients or your potential clients uh, credit information at risk, because there were a lot of people out there just waiting for an opportunity to break into into your back end and steal your API keys, because you got to know how to do that. Otherwise, let's see. Yes, why? Proceed. Otherwise, you're going to be in a world of hurt, my friend. All right. So we're almost there, guys. So npm install. What are we installing right now? These are the packages for these are the packages for what are we installing? Talk to me. Talk to me. This is the front end. Okay, we're basically now installing the dependencies for Vite. For those of you who are familiar with Vite, Vite is I think Vite in French means fast. Vite is a protocol that allows you to literally, when I make a change in VS Code, I don't have to refresh my browser, so it refreshes it for me automatically. So that saves me a lot, 'cause especially in a development cycle, as you're going back and forth, click refresh, you waste a lot of time going back and forth. But right now, as I make a change, the browser will refresh automatically. I don't really have to think about it becomes um, it's an automatic uh, action that happens, and it saves you a lot of time wasted just moving your cursor to go in, especially that I'm working on different monitors. So just that alone, I save a lot of time just in clicks. All right, so now where we at? We're initializing Tailwind CSS. Okay, we are almost there. We have an error, but don't worry. Let me get rid of the get rid of the ticker at the bottom so you guys can see what's happening. And I think I should move the camera. Can you guys see? First of all, can you guys hear me clearly? How's the mic sounding? Just put a 1 in the chat if it sounds good. Put a 2 if it's too loud or too soft. Put a 1 in the chat if it's good. Tailwind CSS. All right. Thanks, Ace. Here we go. Let's initialize Tailwind CSS init. Okay, that didn't work. I know exactly what it needs to do, but I'm not going to tell it to do anything because I'm vibe coding. So I'm not even going to touch that because right now it's going to try it again. Would you like me to keep going? Yes, because now the context is getting a little long. So what I usually do at this point, I make it a point to tell the AI, all right, we're going to continue in another chat, but here's the context. Here's where we are. Here's what we've done so far, so it doesn't get confused and start repeating things that it's done before. But so far, so good. Let's keep going for a few more minutes. So right now we're updating the JSON file for the web application for the front end. I'm not even going to bother to do an app for this. It's just the web portal and the back end. Okay, make directory source, components, pages. Okay, these are the layouts and the hooks and the pages for the store. Here we go. All right, guys. So for those of you who are watching right now in the chat, drop a like, guys. The algorithm will push this video so more people could be in the stream. It's going to be a lot more fun when there's a lot of us watching, and leave comments, and again, leave your recommendations or your suggestions. This is what would you like me to build next? Vibe coding on demand. So again, this right here, this Shopify clone was suggested by Abdurrahman Shahid. All right. Well, I use TypeScript over JavaScript, Ace. It's because TypeScript, it's a one-to-one response. JavaScript, I have to write basically the files, the code, right? And what ends up happening, if there's an error, I won't catch it till I run the build, or till I compile it, or till I run the build command. But with TypeScript, it tells me right away. This is what's great with TypeScript. It literally shows you your errors as you build, so you don't have to wait till the end. By then, you've amassed a huge amount of errors where now you have to debug thousands of lines of code. But now, literally, as I build, I can fix my errors during the build process. Even when I go into, let's say I install Jest in a test environment, I still do that when I'm getting ready to transition to go into production. But during the development process, I always use TypeScript because it allows me to catch the errors as I build. Does that make sense, Ace? All right, so now we're creating the store for managing cart states. Cool. Guys, I'm not seeing any likes. I see we've got 10 views so far, but I'm only seeing 1 like, guys. Drop a like. It's free. Come on. Don't be so stingy. Don't be so cheap. And looking at the back end, this is my 122nd live coding video. I got a special episode coming up to talk about the full journey, how what I've learned through, in fact, I started vibe coding before it was even called vibe coding. I started vibe coding when Windsurf first dropped and Cursor. And back then I was just trying out, tools, uh, Copilot, you know, a bunch. I've tried them all. Bolt, Lovable, and Klein, now Rucode, Klein, Zencoder, Trey AI. Um, Tried them all. But right now, my go-to is basically Augment Code. It's the GOAT. Anyway, guys, drop the like. Come on, let's go. Um, I'm not sure if I'm going to catch the fight. Um, I might just catch the replay or the highlights. Yeah. What time is it on anyway, Ace? What time is the fight on? Right. So we're trying to run the app. There's an error. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because yeah, he messed up. He's trying to run the command in the wrong folder. Yeah, there you go. Because he was trying to run it in the root folder, which is actually instead of doing cd app or cd web and then run the app, he had to go cd apps slash web and npm run dev. And now I think he got it. So let's see what's happening. There you go. So now it's giving me a bullshit port. 2 to 3 hours from now. Yeah, I might just catch it if I'm still on the live stream. Then I'm just gonna catch the highlights. You know, UFC is my jam, bro. Listen, I trained I trained in Muay Thai for about 6 years, and it's my jam. It's my thing. It's how I relax. Just to go to the gym. I used to go to this gym in Thailand where I used to do Wednesdays and Saturdays, sometimes Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, and yeah, I would do especially Saturdays. I would do a 4 to 6 hour session. I would go through different trainers, and just do a couple hours of this trainer. Just do focus mid work. Bam, 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 bam. Well, first of all, you do your warm up, and you do all that type of stuff, and then we go into focus. Then we go into pads. That means elbows, knees, boom, all that type of stuff. Then we go. The third session would be sparring. Just get in the ring and just throw it all out. You know what I mean? I used to love that. All right, cool. Let's see. I think one thing I need to do right now. I don't like the way that it's running this thing on port 5173. I'm gonna tell it to from now on run the. Actually, let's run the front end on three. Let's run the front end on port 3001 and the back end on port 3000. I like them like that. The back end on 3000, the web on admin and front end on 3001, and then if there's anything else, I throw it to another port. But so far, that's what it is. If I'm doing the app, but then I use Expo Go that handles that on the other spectrum, the another set of ports. Run the front end on port 3001. Go. Yeah. So cool. Now it's editing the configuration. Um, Nah, Ace. I most of the builds that I've been right now, I think I'm on build number 14. This is build number 15. Pretty much all of them a hybrid. They have a web app and a an iOS and Android app. The reason that you never actually, I think there are a few live streams. I don't think you were around. Those they always have an app. Usually, I test them through Expo through either this tablet or that tablet right here, and I also on a phone. Um, but I try to run because I'm running a Mac Mini, yeah. And usually, what happens because I'm live streaming and coding here at the same time, so the machine gets a little overwhelmed. So I don't use the emulator. I tried it a few times, but it's the machine just crawls to a halt or the emulator crashes. So the reason I never show, or most often never really show the mobile app as I build, that's because the machine. I need to upgrade the machine. It's a Mac Mini. I'm waiting to get the M4 so I can handle more of a workload. But 90% of my apps have the iOS and Android component to it. But right now, what I usually show it during the build is the code window itself, and over here basically the web app or the backend. That's what you usually see. But I 90% or 90 plus percent of those have yeah. Well, right now I'm only working with how many? One, two, three, four monitors. But I mean, it's yeah. I can't work with on just one monitor. It gets too cramped. So I like real estate. So I got a lot of space to put my stuff around. So here we go. What do we have here? We've got. Okay, I think we have an error. Let's try to run the app 3001. Here we go. So check it out. Now I'm gonna launch. Okay, this is bugging. So let's launch the. Okay, and we have an error. So let me throw this here. So here we go, guys. So we've launched the front end because we're missing a couple of dependencies. Let's see what here. Post CSS. It looks like you're trying to use Tailwind CSS directory.
Add it up, count it right. We solving problems every night. Equation fight, math to light, infinite like stars in sight. Multiply, divide, let's collide. Math on beats, we ride this tide. Numbers flow by our side. Power of math, we will.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Algebra to geometry, feeling it, that's symmetry. X and Y, it's destiny. Groove with the complexity. Graph it out, calculate.
All right, there you go. So the music was too loud, yeah? Cool. Let's just throw the music in the background. Is the music okay now, Ace? Cool. Alrighty. Okay. Now you should be able to hear me loud and clear. I'm watching my levels. The level seems fine. And let me know if you can hear me. Let me stop the music completely. All right, cool. So is it better without the music? All right, cool. Got it. All righty. So as you can see, we run into a couple of errors. Let's run. Okay, we up and running. Port 3001. Let's refresh. See what we got. Yeah, this is a problem. White screen is probably definitely a problem with the CSS. Tailwind CSS file is misconfigured. So let's fix that. All right, as you can see, let's try that again. Make sure we're in the right folder. Let's clear, hang on a second. Clear the terminal. npm run dev. We're in the right folder, port 3001, and we are golden. Reload. Okay, so we're still getting a bit of an issue here. Error cannot apply under utility class. Okay, there's a background image that is not there. So probably what's happening here, this is a common thing. See again with yes, Ace, I'm drinking water in a wine glass. I'm kind of bougie like that, right? I guess most people would drink out of just a regular glass, right? Yeah, I'm out of wine. I don't have any wine, so water. Here's to you, Ace. Cheers, bro. Yeah. Oh, that's some good H2O right there. All right, cool. So you see now, right now, guys, the whole structure of the app has been built, and it's basically one prompt. Okay, I'm going to show you the prompt. So the prompt was it was pretty stupid actually. It was pretty straightforward because just a few short months ago, I would have been screaming at the AI, "What are you doing? You stupid! You idiot!" And f bombs dropping here and there. But now with once I build the basic structure and I know exactly what I want, I knew that I wanted to build a Shopify clone. So what I told them is basically, please read the Shopify doc because I created a document, I created the folder, put it into VS Code, and say, please read the Shopify doc and help me build this. Okay, then I give them an inspiration link with a theme that I wanted to look at. And I didn't take any screenshots because Augment has computer access. So it can launch websites, it can go look at links and then get the reference and then it understands the context. And yeah, so I just told him, here's an inspiration link, use that. And then PS, we're already inside the root folder. Do not create another folder inside the folder. Yeah? Therefore, because usually what happens, if you don't tell it that, it will create another folder inside your root folder. So you'll end up Shopify slash Shopify and then the subfolders. So I told it we're already inside the root folder. Don't fucking create another root folder. So this is certainly I'll help you build the Shopify inspired e-commerce website based on the theme that I had showed it. Boom. So from there, it started going. And as you can see, hang on, let me switch screens. Right. And let's bring down the music. So here, hang on. I don't know if you guys could see that. I'm not seeing it. Come on, switch. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a lag. Okay, you guys can see the screen. So this is what's happening. So once I gave it the prompt, okay, it started going with the prompt, and right away it starts going. Okay, it reads. First thing that he did, or I call him he, I don't know, it did, right? It read the document that I created. I call it Shopify clone MVP.md. It's a markdown file. This is the file that you're seeing here, right? That's the first thing it did. Read the file, understood the context, and then it launched the terminal. So now it's looking for the folder, what's inside the folder. Boom. Then it read the folder and it realized, oh, because ls la. So ls is to mean to list. And it lists all files that are found in that folder. And it found there was a second file, which I didn't have to tell it. Now it knows there are two files in the folder, right? There's the Shopify clone mvp.md. There's also the checklist.md. It says, oh, there's a checklist file. So it read the checklist file to understand the context. And the checklist file is basically right here. Okay, MVP feature checklist. This is very important. So you have to tell it, because otherwise it's going to do a bunch of crazy shit that you didn't ask it for, and you get frustrated, and in the end you get some bullshit that you can't even work with, that you have to trash. Okay, so then in the MVP, it's a user auth, which is a register login, right? Store CRUD, which is the create, edit, and delete. That's what this stands for. The product, and then the product listing and detail page, shopping cart, checkout and order creation, Stripe test payment. You can use the sandbox to do that. The admin dashboard, which is where you manage your account, where you upload your inventory, where you process your orders and stuff like that, right? And then, of course, I need a responsive UI, Tailwind, CSS plus Shad CN UI, which is going to give us that, glass morphism type. Although I didn't specify glass morphism, but I might add that later if we didn't include it into the workflow. And then TypeScript everywhere. So TypeScript again, because I know Ace asked earlier, TypeScript is my go-to because it allows me to debug as I write, as I code. Well, I'm not really coding, but as I vibe code, as I get the project together, right? So these are the two files. That's the Shopify. This contains more detail as to what I want, the stack, okay, the tech stack, the more about the folder structure, all that type of stuff. It's all here. So the back end, the front end, the shared library, the storefront, the admin dashboard, the styling, TypeScript, okay, payment system, and then of course testing. Of course, we're not going to launch. This is just an MVP, but this is what we're dealing with. So again, let's get back to Augment. So far, one prompt, okay, it found the two files. Then look what it did there, okay? Because remember, I told you this right here. This is why I inserted, if you could see this, the inspiration link. This is a link to a Shopify theme that I want to emulate. It's an inspiration. I don't want it to copy it, pixel by pixel, but this is the inspiration. Get to close to it as possible. So here you see it says get. Oh yeah, swag killer. Yeah, it is VS Code, and this style is basically it's like a theme. You could install it. You could just search for. I think it's called Midnight something. You could actually install it yourself. But then what I do, once I install the theme, get a different color palette. But I like to put my AI to the right and then keep my files, or if I want to push something to GitHub, I kind of keep everything here on the left side. That way, um, I'm not obstructing the important things to me during uh, the development process. So what I do is basically keep everything on this side here, my GitHub and my file structure, and the AI, whatever I'm using, whether it's Augment or Zencoder or Klein. I use Klein as well from time to time. So I keep everything. I just move it to the right, and then that way. That's why the layout is this way. And of course, um, my terminal is down here. Right. Yeah, Ace. So it does make HTTP request. So that's where we were. So right here, you see where it says get. All right, this is a get command. This get command, this is where it went to look at this right here, the inspiration link that I had left for it. So it knows. So far, it checked um, the MD files. Okay, the two files that were in the folder, the checklist, and the Shopify clone MVP document. All right. So it is very powerful. And then so it actually looked at the inspiration. Now it understands. Okay, now I have a good understanding of the project requirements. Let's create a detailed plan to build the Shopify clone based on the Shopify clone MVP document. So project plan, then it plans, okay, the initial setup. Then it goes into initialization of the mono repo, because it's a mono repo, because you have one backend that services the one server that services the backend, right? The admin and the front end. And if you want to build an app on top of that as well, so it could also use the same back end to service the both front end, whether it's an Android or iOS app or the web app. What it ends up happening is if a user logs into the platform um, uh, through the app and then they log off or log out and they go through the web app, their data persists. So their data follows them wherever they are. So which is kind of like what monorepo is it's kind of dope for that. So here, so it planned. So again, even though this is here, but it still went ahead and understood the assignment, and it created another plan right here. Set up the monorepo with TurboPack, okay? Set up shared packages, set up backend of Node.js Express with TypeScript, okay? Then it initialized the API, set up storefront with React, again, with TypeScript, set up the admin, which is Vue and TypeScript, and then again, the payment system with Stripe. Then once it understood that, then it went to work. So it started going, running the terminal, installing different packages. There it ran into some issues. Like the first issue that was, let me put it in perspective for you. From the first prompt, right? It goes one step, two, three, four, five. Okay, create all that six, seven, eight, nine, 10. On the 11th attempt, that's when it run into a slight hiccup. It wasn't really nothing major because it was trying to edit a file with the wrong context. It literally just said, oh, okay, sorry, I messed up. Let me try again with the correct content. So it was basically creating the package .json file, right? This is where all your dependencies rest. So, and then right away, it got it. So it continued 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20. Anyway, and it keeps going on. See all this. I didn't have to do anything. It just kept creating. I just said, yes, continue. And then here, the context was starting to get a little lengthy, but it asked me, okay, would you like me to keep going? Because it kept going for a while, right? Right. I know, Ace. This is crazy, right? So then I said, yes, continue. Then it kept going. This is great. Let's continue setting up the web application. First, let's update the CSS to include Tailwind directives, right? Then it kept going, going. See all this. No errors. And then here it got into an issue because it was actually trying to launch uh, the server, but then the server wasn't ready. Then it understood right away, okay, that okay, there's something wrong. And I said, no, do not do that. So I give it a directive. I said, from now on, run the front end port on 3001. It understood right away. So it went and killed the process. It kind of messed up a little bit because it was trying to reconfigure the server file, which is the vconfig.ts file. And then on the second try, it worked, and it kept going, making changes, and then finally, it started to make the changes that were necessary to make this run. And of course, we run into some issues. Uh, yeah, it does correct itself. It understands. Again, remember, Augment is probably the best AI assistant out there because it's got the largest context. And if you weren't there in the beginning of the stream, you probably missed it. But one of the first thing that I do once I create the folder, I drag it and drop it into VS Code. And there's a index code. There's a little blue button where right here where the chat window is with the AI, and it says index your code. Once you index the code, that means it indexes every single file. And as I go, you'll probably see at some point during the live, you'll see something appear here where it will um, index the code. So all the changes I make, it basically copies the code, puts it into a repository. So once I ask it for something, it has the context. It knows all the files. It indexes all the files. Where things like cursor and windsurf, if you're building a really simple app, a calendar or a weather app, the context is really minimal. But an app like this, where there's literally hundreds of files, it has to understand if I make a file, if I make a change on let's say, on a graph, okay, that reports my sales on the back end, it knows in order to make that change, it understands there's an API call that has to be made. It has to change the API, then it has to go and change something in the server as well. So it has to make the change throughout the whole chain. Where some of these other AI assistants, if you make a change um, in the view itself, okay, the graph, it doesn't necessarily understand that the graph is just one component. It cannot follow the chain to make the change from the view all the way to the API call to all the different components that links you to the backend to your database. So this is pretty much why Augment is the goat. Um, so Swag Killer says, dude, it's crazy where you get that Klein, Augment, and Zencoder windows. Well, Klein and Zencoder and Augment, these are basically, let me show you real quick. These are, where are we? Right here. These are basically extensions. See, right here, if you go to their website, Augment, you basically, it's a plugin, it's an extension. You could just go and download it, install it, you create an account. You could get a 14-day trial. I'm not sponsored by them in any way, shape, or form because I just love the product. And then same thing with Zen. So you could just install it. Zencoder also has a free tier. You can check it out. And Klein, here's Klein. Same thing. Install it. Just a simple Google search or Chat GPT. They will direct you to the right place to download these things. Sign up for the free tier. Try them out. And then if you like them, just get the subscription. All right? Does that answer your question, Swag Killer? And Swag Killer, I hope you drop a like in the for this video so the algorithm could push us out there. All right, just drop a like, guys. We got 3 viewers right now. I got 2 likes. Come on, let's go, guys. Cool. So, which is better for front end? Well, Swag Killer, that's an interesting question. I wouldn't really say anything is better or worse for front end. But I can tell you this: Python is not really built for front end. Python is great for the heavy lifting in the background, which is why Python is the language that they use in machine learning and to train LLMs and to do all these things. That's the language or data analytics. you could still get some interesting things out of Python in terms of front end, but I wouldn't recommend it. I suggest you use Python for the front end, but use another library like Shadcn or use Tailwind CSS UI to build your UI and then couple it with Python in the back end. But don't waste your time trying to build front end with because it'll kind of look ugly. Python kind of sucks at front end. Does that answer your question? All right, cool. So, oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I got you, Swag Killer. My bad. Well, which AI is better for front end, and which is better for Python? Okay, I would say pretty much all the AI assistants are well versed in Python because a lot of them understand Python because Python is the original language they were trained on. So they do understand that language inside out. That's the language most AI um, uh, coding assistants understand the most. It's Python because that's their consider it their native, their mother tongue, so to speak, their native language. Okay, because that's what the scientists use, data scientists use to train these LLMs is Python. So uh, pretty much any one of them will be great at Python. But for front end, you uh, you are hey Thomas, what's going on? Welcome to the chat, baby. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, I'm going hard, man. You know how I do it. Thank you, bro. For front end, I would suggest again if you want to develop really nice front end, what you should do is basically use uh, better prompting to use things like Shadcn, okay, the components, and then use Tailwind CSS, and then try to use glass morphism, but don't overdo it because after a while it becomes a little obnoxious. So these are the components. So things that you got to keep in mind is the AI is not actually going to give you beautiful UIs. You have to create the UI yourself. So you have to either um, feed it screenshots or your own sort of sketches to say, this is what I want, this is what I need you to do. But this is my 123rd or 124th um, coding session. I mean, recorded really live stream, but I've done way more than that since windsurf dropped. I've been vibe coding since before it was the phrase was coined vibe coding. I've been doing this shit since last year. So when you look at it, you have to be the creative force behind the creation. The AI is not going to do it for you. So I don't know if that answers your question, but you have to spend some time to think about your design, what you want, and then you have to tell the AI how to deliver that to you. You're welcome, Swag Killer. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So anyways, just hit the Discord. Okay, we have a Discord server. Hit the Discord. So I'm dropping some stuff in the Discord. I already put my tech stack at the Discord, and then if you have any challenges that you want to drop in there, there's a channel for that. Just drop the challenges in there. So this is the first build that I'm doing off of the challenge, the Shopify clone MVP. So once again, guys, it's the AI is not going to do it for you. You have to be the brains behind the whole thing and then prompt it properly. And if you follow my stream, you'll see I get frustrated too sometimes. I drop a lot of f bombs. Luckily it's not verbal, so I'm not going to be flagged by YouTube or anything. So they might still flag me because they get crazy sometimes. But if you scroll through some of the old live stream, you'll see me just dropping f bombs in the LLM, and the AI, because sometimes they get a little crazy, they get a little stupid. So you got to treat them as such. All right. Yeah. So let's continue. So where were we? So right. So as we get to this point right here, so I told it to switch the port to 3001 because when I'm doing things here in the code, and then the monitor here shows the output. So what I like to do is basically keep it uniform. So whatever project I'm working on, the back end is that the server's always on port 3000, then the admin and and the front end is always in port 3001. So that way I don't have to keep switching ports, that type of stuff. So here we go. So let's see. So once the context started to get a little crazy, this is where now I switched to, where are you? There you go. Switch to a different context, because the context was starting to get a little crazy. So here we go. So we still have an error. Okay, this is what we have now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed the error to augment, and I know exactly what the error is. The error is that it's trying to get it says error cannot apply unknown utility class background. Okay, so basically this should be a background image right there, but it's not present. Probably and most definitely the assets were not created into the public, because you have your favicon or fave icon. Okay, favicon, your logos and all your background images and so on and so forth. You're supposed to put them into your public folder or whatever structure you want to go with, public images, and then you have all your assets in there. That way the app interface could actually reference to these files. But if they're not there, now instead of basically guessing what's going on, again, this is why TypeScript is important. Right away, it tells me my app is not running with a bunch of bugs. It won't run until I fix this error. So I'm going to feed this error. I just copied the error, paste it into Augment, and Augment is going to do its thing, and it's going to, okay, TypeScript Tailwind CSS error, and it's going to run. It's going to do its thing. And here we go. Let's check the Discord, see what's going on. Forward Bats in the chat. Welcome, bro. Right. Now it's updating the files, the UI component, which is the background. Okay, it's basically a class that was missed. Yeah. Yo, Swag Killer. Yeah, let me have it. Yes, I have, but the basic schema, yes. Because here's the thing, Swag Killer. To design your database, it's it's literally the most crucial part of your app, whether it's just a blog or a directory, because this is where you become vulnerable. And especially if you're going to do things that will require people to use their credit cards or their banking information to get behind your paywall, the database is the most crucial part of your build. So I have never used AI to build a complete database. The reason being, um, it is not foolproof yet. And in order for you, of course, nothing is 100% safe. In order for you to minimize the risk, is for you to, I would say, build a basic schema first. But then when it comes to going into uh, uh, production, make sure you get your hands dirty. And if you can't do that, hire someone to do that for you and test, 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 test again and again and again and again. But I don't use AI to build my full database. No, Striker, I don't have any articles for now, but I'm working on that. I'm working on a few things because you went to Discord, right? Is that you, Forbats? Is that you that just got into the Discord? So I'll be posting all updates in the Discord and incrementally and do all these things. Just create a knowledge base so you could extract from it. All right, cool. So updates will be in the Discord regularly. So I'm dropping some more stuff later on today. The tech stack's already there and a couple of other things, but that's pretty much it. But I will be putting some tips and tricks and some more, and then do also some more tutorials, more videos. I haven't really done any tutorials, but I'll be doing some tutorials as well. Where now I was basically building um, the vibe coding library because now I'm going to transition from vibe coding into actually doing different things and explain what's going on and what to expect. Because uh, truthfully, this is the best time to get into the industry. And for a lot of people, vibe coding is crap. It's shit. But they miss the point. They're missing the point because vibe coding is not going to replace real engineers. Vibe coding is not going to replace real ingenuity and artistry and product development. The idea has to still be coming from you, and you have to execute it. The AI is just to assist you. It's not going to take over. It makes it a lot easier for you, but at the same time, you have to get in at the ground floor, and then now's the time. Start coding and rack up those miles, rack up those hours. So 10,000 hours, you got to build on that. You got to basically just go get your hands dirty, start a project. If it's not going the way you want it, trash it, start over. And the process is actually a great tool to learn. If you don't understand anything, just highlight it and ask the AI, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Can this what can I do with this? What does this line of code explain it to me? And it'll explain it to you. And as you progress, you will learn. Does that make sense? Cool. Yeah. So where are we? Okay, let's go. Let's stop the server. Let's try and build it again. Okay, you're in the wrong folder. Okay, it's trying to run the app. Okay, good. We're up and running. The build process has started. Unable to connect. All right, so now you're gonna get a view of the app. Let's go. Read. Right. Okay. Let's get it running. All right, we're running, guys. We're up and running. Let's refresh. And we got another error. It's okay. Don't fret, because that's part of the process. Once you start building, so now because of this right here, it allows me to see where the problems are. We're able to address these problems and don't wait till the end of the cycle to start debugging. So we're debugging as we build. And now Augment is reading the terminal output. So it sees, it knows the error. So there's a CSS error. So we're about to fix that. Here we go. We're still running. Yeah, Swag Killer, anytime, bro. Thank you for stopping by. We'll see you in the Discord server. Wait, MX, is that Malaysia? Oh, Mexico, my bad. All right. Yeah, Malaysia's MY. Yeah. All right, bro. Alrighty. Do. Right. This is the boring part, guys. So it's not all glam. See, when I do 8-hour, 10-hour lives, this is what I wanted to showcase. When you watch these YouTube videos where, it's 10, 15 minutes, guys say, yeah, you can build this in 10 minutes. I mean, it's not reality. Yes, you can build a weather app or a calendar or a to-do app in 10 minutes or less. But when it comes to more complex apps, don't get fooled, because it's not that simple. Okay, so right now we got the app running, but we're getting a white screen, and usually what that means is an issue with, it could be different things. It could be the CSS file. It could be actually the backend that's creating the problem. So what I'm going to do here, let's go navigate to the directory. So cd web. Oh, sorry, cd apps. Clear. cd. I can just drag and drop this here. Or you right click, copy path, paste, and there we go. Now we're inside the folder. Let's clear the terminal and then npm run dev. There we go. Port 3001. Okay. Now since we're getting a white screen, so I'm going to go to the console, refresh, connecting. We're not getting anything. We're not getting any feedback. So usually in this situation, what I do is basically either try to prompt the AI again, say, well, I'm getting a white screen, please investigate. Or what I could say, or do, just add some debugging code into the, so it could tell me in the terminal what the problem is, because right now I'm not getting any feedback. So what I'm going to do is say, hey, right now I'm getting a white screen on the web app. Please find the root cause and fix it. And here we go. It's doing its magic. It's working. Okay, it's checking. Let's check the network. Okay, everything seems to be there. Favicon, okay, that's cached. Client, script. Okay, connecting. It's actually connected. Let's try that again. Let's stop the server. Stop the server. Let's check the home page component. Yeah, okay. Now it's checking out the main layout files. Let's see what's going on. Still running. Yes, let's start in the web app. Reload. This is the fun part, guys. Debugging. It's a bitch. But hey, somebody's got to do it. Once again, vibe coding on demand. This is fun. Not. Yes, the UI package is, well, it built successfully. So there's definitely an issue with the CSS. But we'll figure it out. All right, so clearly this is a major issue. So usually what I do once augment start um, having brain farts, so to speak, I might switch to Zencoder or Client or whatnot. So let's go to Client, or actually Zencoder, and say, hi there. I am trying to run this build. However, comma, punctuation is always good. Good practice. I'm getting a white screen. No console error to speak of. Please investigate and offer a solution. Be a peach. Thanks. And now let's see what's up. So Zen Coder is actually pretty good at fixing these type of problems. Although Augment has a larger context awareness, but Zencoder is it's actually pretty good. I use it all the time. So let's see what it does. Of course, it's checking the index HTML because that's the entry point right there. Checking the CSS associated with it, the layout file, which could all be the source of the problem. It's checking the shared UI components, the packages, make sure everything lines up. If there's a problem, it's going to find it. The product cards also, because remember the home page, there's going to be a product page where you showcase your products. Because this is a Shopify clone. So here we go. It's checking the utils files. It's checking the package JSON. All right, run it. Okay, he's trying to run it from inside the wrong folder. I'm sure he's gonna figure it out. I'm not gonna tell it. I'm just gonna let it go. Do your thing. Figure it out. Because instead of trying to run the app from within the web folder, he's running it from the root folder, and that's not gonna work. But it's gonna realize that in a second. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to tell it, "Hey, stupid, you're trying to run the app from the wrong folder." Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it's still running, guys. Let it run, let it run. Let's go. All right, guys, still running. All right, let's stop the server. Nothing's happening. Case seems to be asleep. Continue. Wake your ass up. Let's go. Here we go. We got a couple of TypeScript errors. Password is defined but never used. Error is defined but never used. All right, it's no biggie. We'll address that while the types are being exported correctly. There might be an issue with how the components are being exported or imported. Well, figure it out, my guy. All right, let's apply that TypeScript still. Let's go. Well, I knew the build was gonna fail because we still have some TypeScript errors that need to be addressed. Okay, I think it just addressed 3 of them, but we still have 2 errors. Okay, let's try and address those. This is the auth store and the setup. TS up config. Okay, let's run the command, run the server. Okay, it figured out the folder structure. Instead of running the web app from the root folder, it realizes that, oh, I have to cd into apps web in order to run the front end, the landing page. Let's go. And here we go. I think he fell asleep again. Hang on a second. Let's address these. The auth. Let's send him this. Let's mail him this error message. All right, we're still running into some issues with the TypeScript. All right, tell you what, let's feed them to him one by one. Here we go. Mm-hmm. So it's fixing the error. And we got that down. Next, let's address. Yeah, okay, right. Don't pat yourself on the back yet, buddy. There's more coming your way. This is a package sent to you. Let's fix this. This is the input TSX. Okay, input props. Okay, that was exported properly, but what is up with that? All right, let's go. I noticed that the button component also uses React without an import statement. Let's check if there's a global React import. So that might have been the global, that might have been the main issue. Let's fix that. Yep, that was it. Let's go for the login page. Let's go. Package coming downrange. Let's go. Yeah, underscore. Underscore. Same issue. Fixed. Noise. Let's clear terminal. Let's get to a web folder. Clear. npm run dev. Let's go. Here we go. Okay, guys. Boom. You guys ready for this? Here we go. Of course, now the styling is completely wrong, but we got the basic Shopify clone. 2025 Shopify clone. All rights reserved. What rights? Okay, welcome to Shopify clone. Excuse me. Of course, we have the header, we have the message bar. This is the hero. These are the product cards. Cart, add to cart. All the basic components are there. Now all we got to do is style it properly. So obviously the CSS file is not being imported properly. This is our footer. We got all the components: products, store, categories, account, login, register, orders, about, contact, FAQ, and the customary legal pages. All right, cool. So now let's head back to augment. No, don't keep going. Let's head back to augment code end. Let's talk to it. Okay, listen up. The web app is running, however, comma, our styling is completely off. Please fix. And just like that, guys, It's a little bit under 2 hours. We were able to crank this out. It usually takes a lot shorter time than that. It doesn't usually take me that long. From the first prompt to what I see here on this screen, basically the basic skeleton with the header, hero, all the different sections, whether it's about, features, testimonials, pricing, and then you have a call to action also in the you have a call to action in the hero section, another call to action possibly below for newsletters and stuff like that, and then you have the footer with all the customary stuff. I can usually do it in less than an hour, but this one took a little longer because, again, remember it's a challenge. I've never done a Shopify clone before, so this is my first Shopify clone that was that was requested by Abdurrahman Shahid 78,000, I believe. That was requested by him at the top of the challenge. So this is the first build on vibe coding on demand. Tell me what to build next. So this is for Abdurrahman uh, Shahid 78,000, 7,800 rather. And at the end of the build, I'm going to throw it on the Discord. The link will be in the description. So you guys can download it, enhance it, mess with it, and then see how it was put together. All right, let's continue. Now we're trying to fix the styling because it's all over the place. The styling is completely off. Come on, Augment. You're running it from the wrong directory, my guy. Come on, you should know that. Let's run the app. Come on, let's go. Yeah, of course. It's It's the waiting game now. We gotta let it run. And of course, it's a CSS problem. I'm not gonna tell it what to do. It's gonna figure it out all on its own. We're just gonna keep pushing the prompt. There you go. CD apps. Okay. List all the files in the folder. Let's run the app. Build it. CSS files. White screen again. White screen of death. Let's figure it out. Let's go. See, once he starts creating test files, I know it's about to fuck up. So what I might do at this point is just stop it and say, hey, you're about to F up. So just chill for a second. Kind of try to push it in the right direction. But I think, okay, he did some, okay, he's checking out the layout file. He might be onto something. So let it go a little longer. If he doesn't fix the problem, then I'm going to have to nudge it in the right direction. Refresh. Yes. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's try it again. Yeah, this dude actually thought he fixed something. You did not fix anything, my guy. All right, let's close that. Close that. All right, cool. So this is all trash. Here we go. So although I haven't really set up the repo yet, but this is really good. Augment code had checkpoints, so if it messes up, you could always go back and uh, back in time and restore your work. So it can mess up all at once. But it doesn't really work all the time, but it's a good it's a good thing to have. Okay, let's take a different approach. Okay, my guy. The landing page is running. However, the styling leaves a lot to be desired. Let's be systematic about uh, coming up with a fix. Let's first style the header and hero section properly. Go. Clear npm run dev. Let's go. Right. It's running. Let's fix the header. We got movement. Here's the inspiration for the site. Make the appropriate changes now. This is what we need to get at, guys. So this is the inspiration. So we're 2 hours and 15 minutes in. We got the basic structure up. Um, the main problem we're having right now is the CSS file is not being imported properly. So these are not supposed to be this huge. These are just cards feature store. That looks more This looks more like the Shopify homepage because we're not going to have a featured stores inside of a store. So this is wrong. So it has to go back and look at the reference site and make those changes. And I think it understood the assignment. It's going to go back and rebuild the assets, rebuild the structure, and make it happen. And we're still updating the components. Let's clear the terminal. Let's go, let's run the server and that's the menu. Alrighty, run the server. Do 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 do. Okay, shop our collections section is meant to be in a grid layout. Please fix. Let's see what it does. Because right now, these are way too large. This is what we're dealing with, guys. See, these are supposed to be in a grid format to showcase the products. And now they're full width. This we can play with that. I need this to be full height, full width as well. These are meant to be cards. So this is what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, and we continue. Okay, it's updating the product cards. We should see. Okay, the animation's there. There must be an inline style interfering with the changes you've just made. Stop wasting my time. All caps. Scan the dang code and find a solution. Capiche? Now let's see what it does. Okay, he's apologizing for the frustration, blah, 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 blah. You're right. Let me scan the code thoroughly to find an inline style that might be interfering with the grid. Yeah, see, of course he found it because I found the issue. There's an inline style. Usually when these things happen, there's something is overriding the global CSS settings. There's something that inline that's interfering with that, and it happens to be in the header. Therefore, because the way a website is rendered from top to bottom, from your entry point, your nav bar, okay, your header, down the line. So whatever messes up at the top, it's gonna break everything downrange. So now it realized, well, yeah, you're right. There's an inline. You're supposed to know that. There's an inline style that's interfering with the changes that it was trying to make, and therefore it says, yay, we've successfully fixed the issue. Which, nah, don't pat yourself on the back. You hadn't fixed anything. So let's see what happens now. All right, the layout is still messed up. So what I'll do here, this is what we're gonna do. We're going to, let's close that out. Okay. Let's take a screenshot and feed it to him. Say, hey, knucklehead, this is what. Let's talk to him. Hey, knucklehead. The mic's not going through it. Hello, type. I know why. Hey, knucklehead. This is what it's supposed to look like. Fix it now. I'm getting frustrated now. F. Of course, he's going to apologize for the frustration. Let's go. Well. And we keep going and going and going and going. My guy. The are still Okay. All right, so I might have to do some manual work. Let's check out the layout, main layout, and the main layout. Please remove remove kitchen essentials. Under shop our collections, remove the current image and create a grid layout with products, with a view all link. Mhm. Mhm. There is an image below. View all products. Please remove it. All right, guys in the chat, if you have any questions, guys on the stream, rather, if you have any questions, just don't hesitate. I'm right here. So, again, this is the Vibe Coding on Demand Challenge. So, you tell me what you want to see me, ask me what you want to see me build. This was part of the challenge. Abdurrahman Shahid 7800 requested that I build a Shopify clone app. So this is what I'm doing right now. So we're approaching 3 hours, so 2 hours and 41 minutes and some seconds into the build. Usually it takes me way less than that, but this is pretty cool. So this is the Shopify clone. There's still some styling issues that we have to deal with, but we're getting there. Let me prompt the testimonials section needs styling. Line up the cards horizontally. Don't forget, guys, drop a like on your way out. Thank you for stopping by. If you're here, drop a like so the algorithm could push the stream to more people. It's a lot more fun when I receive questions. You see, we had a little bit of engagement earlier. Some good friends dropped by. Thomas dropped by. Swag Killer. It's the first time. Ace is always in the stream. So, Ace, thank you for holding it down. So, drop a like, guys. The algorithm will love you. Let's go. All right. Testimonials. No. Okay. Stop messing around. Fix the testimonials and line them up from left to right, because apparently he doesn't understand horizontal. Told him to line them up horizontally. You fucked up the layout, dude. Let's see what it does now. No, stupid. You I only see one card now. Don't be lazy. Style them properly. Their names and role should appear under their avatar. Lazy bastard. Of course I'm right. There we go. And less margin between their name and role. No, stupid. Example, Sarah Johnson, interior designer. Reduce the space between her name and her designation. Stupid. Something is interfering with your changes. Perhaps an inline CSS. Find it and fix it. Let's go. That's it. Now format their comments. No, stupid. God damn. Do it in line as well. You just did it. Sheesh. Or too wide. Truncate. Jeez. That's better. What our customers say. Title needs top margin. No, you have not. Stupid. Do it in line. Stupid. Top padding, 20 pixels. Margin on the card, 20 pixels. The comments are, please make sure we can read the full comments. No, you have not. Do it. No, stupid. Make the CSS changes in line because there might be interference with the global CSS. Style this section. Join our community card properly. Let's fix the footer. Make the changes and be just with the global CSS. right, guys, the build continues. Now we're about to fix the footer. Let's fix the footer, shall we? It's coming together nicely, guys. The hero image and the copy, the text is nice. No, revert that. You just fucking idiot. Yo, we're making progress, guys. It's starting to come together. Basically, now what I'm doing is work on the header, the links. But there's no hover over effect, so we're gonna introduce some hover over effects and what else? Um, Active selection. There you go. Underline active selection. Still got some work to do. This is not done. About page, contact page, shop page need to be styled. The footer's there. Home, search account. That's the cart. Yeah, so that's pretty much your run-of-the-mill Shopify fare. So this is pretty much what you'd find on a typical Shopify store. So of course this is a custom job. So this was requested by Abdurrahman. The first video of the series, Vibe Coding on Demand. So this was almost 4 hours, but to get the basic structure together, it was basically under an hour. The whole structure was done with a single prompt. But again, I prepared a document for the AI and also the structure of the whole build. So these were the first. It was a checklist of things to keep track of, and of course the build document. And with a single prompt, I was able to get it to a pretty good state. And right now, this is where we are. I think I'm going to shut it down for now. I'm not going to finish. I'm not going to build the whole thing. So this is a good structure to build up on. So I'm going to throw it on the Discord. So if you guys want to download it, clone it, tinker with it, and yeah, make it better. So Abdurrahman Shah, what's my man's name? I got it written here somewhere. Abdurrahman Shahid 7800. So this was your request stroke challenge. So challenge, as Jean-Claude Van Damme would say, I challenge you. Dude's funny. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, guys. So I think I'm gonna call it a day. So this is pretty much challenge number 1 executed. So this is a shot. He requested that I do a vibe code of Shopify clone, a Shopify store clone. So here we are. So this is pretty much the structure done. Alrighty. So I'm gonna pop it on. I'm gonna upload it to GitHub. I'm gonna commit it, push it, and then I'll put the link in the description of this episode. So if you guys want to tinker with it, just clone it and have at it. So in the meantime, Andy Live, hey, keep the suggestions and the challenges coming because we plan to do a whole more of these. So let's go. Andy Live, vibe coding, yeah.